switch like Ethernet switch. Okay, it's just like a switch only. So you open again whatever. Create a new project. Day 2 lesson 1. Add new device, then you get a simple program that is start. This one uncheck, no need to protect. Next, yes. Next, no wait. No protection. Choose no protection. Full access. actually the tagging, right? The start stop tagging, yeah. Here also can do actually. Okay, go to device configuration. So sometimes, right? Sometimes we, let's say we add the I/O module, right? Sometimes we overlook, so we forget the what to change this one, right? Because when you add additional input, it become like 8, 9, 3, 4, right? It's not following. So see what you can do. Okay, go to property. Okay, this one bring it up. Yes, you can go to the I/O tab. So it will show all the I/O that is inside this PLC. So here also you can add the name here. Can do here also can do. Okay, start. Going to be inside the default tag table lah. Okay, stop. Stop. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, and now we can the M010 you rename. Cannot rename. This one is you are deleting. Yes. So now this is a simple program, right? HMI screen to control a simple motor, a start-stop motor. Okay. So in HMI, we're going to put a start button, stop button, and also a motor. Okay. Then timer input and also timer display, right? Input and also display. Okay, now. So how the HMI work? Have you done HMI programming?
Yes, but not in Siemens.
What model?
Impact also.
Oh, okay, okay, the one is okay. So you know the concept, right?
Yeah.
How it works, okay. So in Siemens also same thing. Okay, it means the program is here. Okay. So HMI just the components, the parts, right? Okay. So like a button, a lamp or shape, right? Like key in like a numerical inputs, display, all that. Okay. So we need to use the same address we use here. Okay. So I'm not sure how the impact work. Impact, is it using address or name? Name variables lah.
Yeah.
Variables, okay. Because is it impact the programming? You say you using code is 6, right? Okay. So you, then you will be using variables lah, right? Global variables, right? Okay. Actually here the PLC tags, right? The tags, our PLC tags actually is a variable also. It's a global, it's similar to global variable. But Siemens calling is tag. Some other PLC they call variables like, okay, like Omron they call variables. I mean latest Omron. Then elaborately they call tag also. So it's the same thing only. So some different I mean the name is different lah, different PLC lah, okay. The concept is same. So you will have a global variable, right? Then just variable only, that is internal variables, right? Then constant variables, all that same here also. Okay. Now how it works? Okay. So when I press this button, the motor need to start. Okay. Now you see, yesterday, right? This start button will go up. The start button, when we right click and on, right? Cannot on, right? We need to force on. Right? Okay. So why? Because this is a physical input. The I0.0 is a physical input, which means you need to supply voltage to the input. Then only it can become 1 or 0. Right? Okay. So whatever, because you see buttons, right? Button, this is a button. Button means it's a they write values, means they need to give signal to the PLC. Okay, like this one, like a shape or any lamp or something. This one is read, means this one is from here to here, going to read the values. Okay, so I cannot use the same address here. So when I put here, I cannot use the same name here. So means I cannot use the I0.0 here. So I need to use a memory. Okay, that is the function of memory. Actually, okay, you can use memory or DB, data block. Okay, first I show you memory. Okay, now see. Memory, so it means M0.0 already used, so next number maybe I can use M0.1 and M0.2. Okay, so it means that I need to add these two into my program here. Okay, so when I press this start, the motor need to on, so it becomes like a OR function, right? So I add here. 0.1. Okay, maybe I name it as a HMI. Okay, so I can press this button, the motor can on, or I press the HMI button, the motor can. Same goes for the stop. So I press this stop, I need to cut off the line. I press this stop, I need to cut off the line. So and 0.2 HMI stop. Okay. Now for the shape or a lamp, it's just going to read the value. So I can use back the same address. Okay. So normal, this is common. Only some HMI I need to create another memory because of it's a different brand, right? So different brand, so it's not compatible. Then I need to create. If no, I can just use like this one, no problem. Okay. Now, can you add this first? The HMI start, HMI stop. Then you download it. Save download. Stop the volume. Okay, monitor. Now you on. No, we haven't do that. Okay. Now, can you right click this? Right click. Modify to what? Cannot, right? Okay, so that is the reason in the HMI I cannot use the address. So I need to use a memory. Why? Okay, you right click the memory. Modify to what? Yes, can. Correct? You can see modify to 1. Okay, modify to 0. So it can on and off. Okay, so you see that is the difference between input and memory, because input you need from external, right? Memory is inside within the PLC. So means that's why I can on here. So if I use the HMI, then in the HMI I put a button, then I put this memory. So when I press the button, so the memory will become 1. So the signal will go to share. Because HMI and PLC are using Ethernet to communicate, right? So not the hard wiring. So that's how it works. Okay? Got it? Okay. Now this is the most important part. Okay. Now for the value, right? Go down. Now for the value, we use a constant number. This means it's a constant number. Okay. Okay, go offline. Okay. You bring the mouse to the orange line here. Don't click, just wait. Okay, what it shows? So the input can be time, double word, or double integer. Okay. You minimize this, you open the slide yesterday one. Yes. You go to the page data types. Okay, so you see, in PLC we have a boolean, right? Okay, boolean means one bit, right? On or off. Then we have a byte, okay, 8 bit, and also we have a short integers, okay. Short integer got two types. One is a signed and unsigned. Okay, very simple lah. Like unsigned means all the byte lah, 1 byte 0 to 255. Sign means they make it into half lah, half negative, half positive. Okay. Then we have a word, okay, which is 16 bit. So if all the 16 bit is on, is a unsigned integer. Okay. Then same go to double integer also. Okay. Okay. So this is the big number. I think yesterday I show you, right? 0 to 4.2, 32 bit. Okay. Then we have a floating point. Okay. Floating point also using 32 bit of data. Okay. But it is a they call real number, right? So it means decimal point number for floating. Others integers don't have decimal point numbers. Cannot carry decimal numbers. Integers. Okay. Okay. So now what it shows here? Here they show it's a time, double word, or double integer. Actually, double word and double integer are the same thing. Okay, but what is the difference is double word will be in hexadecimal. Normally, the Siemens PLC, if you put double word, if you want to key in some value, must be in hexadecimal. Okay, that's all. Double integer normally will be in decimal. Okay, this one time. So, of course, will be time format. Okay. Now, so why they say this one? It means you need to use 32 bit of data. Okay. So now, if I want to key in from the HMI, so what address I can use here? Okay. So of course, I cannot use, correct? Because it's an input. Okay. It's either digital input or analog input. So key also can use, whether it's a digital output or analog output. So I can use memory. Okay, memory or data block. Okay. So memory. Okay, what memory? How to use memory? Okay. What? Okay, go up. Go to the memory. one? M? No, because MW can, you're correct, but MW is a word. Yes, so they say time, double word, double integer, right? So it means all these are 32 bit. So must use MD. Okay? Now, which MD need to use? Which number I can use? Starting from what number I can use? You have any idea? But not here. Actually, there's in the memory that you can see. Okay, what MD? Okay, MD we know already. What number I can use? 0. Okay. Alright. But 0 cannot use. Okay, you know why? Because the thing is, we need to understand how the addressing works. Okay, how this is the most important part. Okay, let's say we are using MD0, right? MD0 means this consists of MW0, MW2. Okay, then this one is MB1, MB0. So here must be the 0, here 2. Okay, so here is the memory byte 0, memory byte 1, memory byte 2, memory byte 3. Right? Okay. So then inside here I have 8 bits. Correct. So 0, 1, 2. Okay. Wait, also you don't copy this. Zero, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. So like this. Okay, so under MD0 I have two words, which is MW0 and MW2. Under MW0 I have two byte, which is MB0, MB1. Then under MW2 is a MB2 and MB3. Right? So it means when if I want to use this MD0 will take all these 32 bits. So whenever you key a value inside here, okay, let's say you go to calculator. Yes. Okay, go to decimal. Okay, decimal. Let's say you key 10,000. Whatever. In binary, right? Okay, so it means 0, 0, 0, 1, then all this 0, then 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. Right? Okay. So means if you key in 10,000, so the value go into this particular bits. So this particular bits will become 1. True, right? True. The rest all become 0. Same thing here also. The rest all become 0. Okay. So what happened is, because I already use this. For example, 0.0, 0.1, 0.2. So it means I cannot use the MB0 already. Okay. So what I can do, I can use from the 1. So if I want to start with 1, it means I must use MD1. Correct. So because MD1 means inside here is MB1 plus MB2 plus MB3 plus MB4. Okay, that one you understand? Okay. Now, but normally we don't use odd numbers. Difficult, right? Because let's say the next number is what? 5. The next number 9. And next number, so difficult to write down later. So the best way is, even though now we know we already use this, right? Already use this, or a few lah. Even though just 3, so still I can use this 3. Even though this one is available, so I straight away go to 2. So maybe this one, maybe for later on I do something, right? I can use this for others. Or what I do, you just straight away jump to 10. Can also, no problem. Because why? The memory byte, because MD, the number is here 0 is actually the byte number, the first byte number. Okay. So memory byte, and in this PLC 1212 is 4000 memory bytes. So from 0 until 4095 actually. So you have that much of memory. So you can use any memory. Okay. So you want to use 2 also can, or 10 also can. Or you just want to straight away jump to 100. Or starting from 1000. Starting from 1000 I want to use for my programming, my HMI something. Okay, good. So MD0. So this is the input. So now here is MD. Sorry, I use MD10, right? Okay, that is the input. Now the display is, because ET is the display, right? Right, because it is the timer, the current timer running. Because yesterday all we haven't used here MD. So now what we want to display in the HMI, so we can put some memory here. So the timer will store the timer value into the ET. Okay, here what memory you use? MD, what number you use? After 10 minutes. Yes, correct. MD40.
Only when using the HMI, ET will only use it.
Yeah, normally lah. Normally. But if let's say you want to do some programming, it's okay. Okay, let's say I start the motor run. Okay, let's say this time is not 10 seconds lah. Let's say the motor need to run for 1 hour, for example. Then at 40 minutes, I want to on a lamp, for example, or at 40 minutes I want to on a blower. Then I can put MD here. Here I can use the fixed number like this. T hashtag 1 hour, 1 each can run. Then you can put MD here. Later this MD you use for the other programming. Like example, once the value reach 40 minutes, I on a lamp, something like that. So not necessarily when HMI then only use. If you want to use that value, then you put a MD. If you're not using, then you can leave it empty. Okay, good. So here is the MD. Okay. Oh. So you add these two, but this one you understand, right? So that is important. Good. Okay, now you download and timer content. Maybe you can put name the timer input. Later can change that. Test first. So now no value, right? Okay, you double click here. Yeah, double click. Yes. Just in values, 10 seconds. But must put as well. Then become 10 seconds. So it means when in the HMI, I put a number input, then I put MD10. So if I key the value, any value there, the value will go here. Okay, now we go to PLC tab, show all tab. You see the timer data tab, when you put MD10, automatically is a time right? Okay, so that one is automatic because why? Because we put the MD10 in this place. If let's say the MD10 for another function, it follow the function. Okay, but this one not necessarily must be time. Can be word, can be double word or double integer. So what is the difference is the time means this the value if you want to key in will be like this one. Okay, double word and this one will be in numbers, right? So I just put decimal numbers. Okay, means 1 is equal to 1 millisecond. So if you want 10 seconds, you need to put 10,000. Same for in hexadecimal. But actually, you can choose double word. Of course, it's hexadecimal, but you can key in decimal also. get it, no problem, because you know why, at the end our PLC going to convert whatever value here into a binary to run inside, right? So this double word, double integer, because both are same, right? No, both are same. Only different is, okay, you see, just this part only, so you see, double word actually is a 0 to F, 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 because got this is for 16 bit, 16 bit. Okay, double in actually must be this double word exactly same as unsigned double integer, which is 0 to 4.2 billion. Okay, which is same to 0 to 4. Just now in the slide here, right? Okay, then if double integer, it means negative 2.1 billion to positive 2.1 billion. So it's just the format only different. Whatever. So actually, double word and unsigned integer, the value is exactly same thing. Only different is this one will be in the hexadecimal format. This is the integer format. That's all. Okay. Alright. So if it is double word or double, let's say we change to double word or double integer, we must key in this number. So 1 is equal to 1 BZ. So if you want 10,000, sorry, 10 seconds, you need to key in 10,000. Okay, good. Okay. Now, so our PLC program is done. Okay, now we go to the HMI. We go offline first. Okay. Now, because in the same TI portal, we can add the HMI, right? Okay. Go to add new DUI. Go to HMI. Okay. So ours is that one is under basic panel. Okay, it's a 4-inch display. Okay, at the back you can turn and see it's a KTP400 basic. Okay, then you have 3 part number, right? Okay, just click the first one. Just click on it, later can change. Because need to change the what? The format. Let me cancel it. Cancel it. We add it. We added. Never mind. Let it add. Beta. Let me delete this first. Yes. We can add again. Add again. HMI 4-inch. Okay. Just click the first one. Okay. So the version is okay. It's a version 15.1. So that is the version of my HMI. So at the back also I just put a sticker there. You can see. Okay. So how to know the version? The same way like yesterday we do for the PLC. You can go down. This one can be okay. Later I show you. Okay, I'm going to finish this first. Okay. So I am using my HMI. The PLC is inside the same file, right? So you can choose the PLC. Okay. The combination driver. Okay, next. Okay, this one all screen layout like what's the resolution, of course cannot change, the background color, do you want the header, date, time, logo, everything. Okay, next. Then this is the alarm. Okay, next. Okay, this is the screens. So normally we come with the root screen. Root screen is the home screen. So if you want to add some other screens, you can add here also, or later also can add. Means it's depend lah. Let's say you have a project, then you know already how many screens you want to do. So you can do all the screen here first. Then you can start the program, or you just continue later on whenever you want to add a screen, you can add also. Okay. Next. Okay. Next is the system screens. Okay. This one is if I enable means I can access to the system screens where I can see the project information, the user administration, all that. Okay. Next. Okay, this one is the 4 button below here. So one is for the user, one is for the language change, alarm, and the shutdown. Okay, you can use this. Finish. Okay. Okay, you go now. I'll show you where you get the. So whenever you want to know what is the connected device, very easy. Go to online access, your internet. Yes. Go to. Can you see? It's already updated HMI there. Okay, you open HMI. Okay, you double click. Okay, SIMATIC HMI, go to function, IP address. Okay, go to general. You go to update accessible device again. Yeah, double click. Click on the HMI. Online access. Go to functions. Assign profinet device. Name. Okay, this one is the name. Assign IP address. Okay. Can communicate, right? Display more information. Okay. Then you click on the online and diagnostic. Module role position. Okay. You click on the PLC. Okay, you click online diagnostic. Okay, so it shows like frequencies, everything. Okay, the HMI. Go down. HMI can see that. one can delete.
Delete.
Okay. Now, so the objects or the components are here. Very simple components lah, because this is a very simple HMI. Because just now we choose a basic HMI, right? So they have a comfort panel. So that one got more features. Okay. So this one just the shapes, everything, the text, okay, and the pictures. Then here is the button. Here is the value we key in. Then we have like on-off button. Then we have the calendar, I mean date and time. Then we can have the graph, like a bar graph lah. Then we have alarm, trending, user information, all that. Okay. Now, so we take a button here. Okay, just drag. Yes, just drag it. Okay. So this is your screen, eh? Okay. This one is at the background. I mean, this all the screen will have this something. It's like what they call template screen. Okay. Now this one bring it up. No, sorry. Yes, this window. No, bring it up. Oh. Now you click this one. You can change the name then. You can change the name. Start. Okay. Then you click here. Okay, go to property. Or you can right click properties also can. Okay. Okay. So whenever you do property, make sure you do for button. Because why? You click here. Can you see it become a screen property. So whenever we're doing the property, we will make sure what is the item we choose. Okay, you can click here. Okay. So got so many functions. Okay, the most important is the label. Okay. Then go to the event. Yes. In the event only we choose what is the function. When I press what I do, when I release what I do. Okay. So normally the HMIs will have a function called momentary, like on off. But Siemens don't have. Okay. So what happened? I need to do press. Okay, you choose press. Then go to add function. Then you click the arrow. Go to edit bits. Set bit. Then we need to choose the tag. Okay, where is the tag? I click the three dot here. This one can make it video. Okay. So you see under HMI tag, right? Nothing. Because if this HMI I'm using for different PLC, then I need to manually key in all the HMI tags. Manually list down first, then only I can do here. But now I'm using the Siemens, right? And it is in the same file, correct? So it will be available like this. Can you see the PLC tags? Yes. So I can choose from the PLC tag. Default tag table. I can choose from here. You click HMI start. Yes. So when I press set means I on the HMI start. When I release, click here, add, reset bit. Yes, the same HMI start. Okay. Now you go to the HMI tag. Yeah, default tag table. Now can you see HMI start? So means whenever you choose from the PLC tag, the first time it automatically go into the HMI tag. So now you can choose from the PLC tag also okay, HMI tag also okay. For the start line. Okay. Start. HMI start. Yes. Because it's the same button, right? I press, I set bit means I on. I release, I reset bit means I off. Like just now in the program we do like modify to 1, modify to 0, right? Something like that. Okay? Okay. You do for stop button. Good. Alright. Now, for the motor, you can use any shapes here. So, because this HMI don't have motor pictures. Okay. Then you can. So for this one, not event, it's under animation. So animation got so many animations. That is appearance, visibility, right? Moving the object. So we want to dynamize color, right? So we add. This is the animation. Okay. Click here. Yes. Then this one. Okay. It's a motor, right? So if it is not here, it's look for in the PLC tab. Is the motor, yes. Okay. Then you can add here first. 0, okay, what color you want? The background color. So you can choose here. So when it's off, what color you want? Any color. Is it red color? Yes. Then when it's on, 1. Yeah. Then what color you use? Green color. Yes. So you can know already the difference. Because why 0, 1? Because this is the value of the motor, right? The Q0.0. This is the value. That's all. Then you can take the text here. Yeah, put beside here or inside, no problem. It's up to you. You put the name. Motor. Yes. Yeah. So this, I mean, for setting for the this text also can do. If you want to change color of this text also can also. Okay. Okay, now. So start, stop, motor done. Okay, now the values here. Yes. Put it here. Put a name for this. Put yes on top or side so can. Yes. Timer input. Okay, good. Now for this one, go to property, process tag. So what to process, right? Okay, so the tag, choose the tag. This one is the timer, right? Yes. It's a, you choose input output lah. Okay. Because input means you can keep, output means you can display as well. Okay. Now, what is the format? Okay, we know our timer, the MD10, the format is in time. Right? Okay. You try to put it time. Can you see red color? Means it's not correct. Okay, red color means it's wrong. Okay, why? Because this time here is the clock. Not this time value. So I need to choose, you click here, need to choose decimal. we know that if I'm using decimal, right, 1 is equal to 1 millisecond. So if I want to key in 10 seconds, so I need to put 5 digits. Yes. So later I show you how to change this into seconds. Now is 1 is equal to milliseconds. Okay? Okay. You do another one. Timer display. Same. Current timer. Okay, good. Okay, so this one can be output only. Because it's going to display only, right? Oh, good. That's all. Save. Okay, then now we want to download this, right? So you just click on the HMI, download. So now you have in the same project you have two HMI and PLC, right? So whenever you download, you must choose the correct device to download. Okay. So let me see automatically. Wait. Let me finish the scanning. Okay, alright on. Okay, now I go to the main. Minimum, you can bring it up. Monitor. You go up. Now you press start. Yeah. Yes. Good, right? So timer also can run. But that is in milliseconds, right?
Yeah.
Can you key in timer value? Then like some value. But make sure in thousands. Yes.
I just click start.
Yes, can. Now the timer value, right? Okay, so of course we don't key in milliseconds, right? Seconds means is seconds. Milliseconds means is milliseconds, right? Can I erase this? Not erase, but summarize. Now, for this, the values, the value we key here and here. So, we know that this HMI, this is PLC. So, when we key in 10,000, when the value go to the PLC also, it's actually 10,000. You know how? You right click here, display format, tag, decimal. Here. Maybe you can click here again. No, you choose the timer, right? Yes. Okay, right click, display format, tag, decimal. 5,000. If it is in decimal, it's 5,000. Just now it's like automatic or time, right? So when we key 10,000, the value will go here is also 10,000, right? But it's automatically changed to 10 seconds because this is in decimal, this is in time. So we don't need to do anything in the PLC side. Only need to do in the HMI side. Right? So it means what I need to do, what I want to do is I want to key 10. And the value, when you go to the PLC, I want the value to become 10,000. Because it can be automatically changed to 10 seconds. Right? Okay? So, normally what we do, we can do calculation, right? Means in the HMI key 10, so I cannot use, in the HMI I can use MD10, some other memory, do the calculation, then the value can later can put it here. Or if the HMI have the settings, we can use the HMI settings. Okay. Now go back to the HMI. Okay. So this one we can do in the HMI settings. Okay. That is under the HMI tag. Show all tag. Okay, then current timer, right click, properties. Then this one, bring it up. Go to linear scaling. Linear scaling. Okay, so this is the end value, start value, so just ignore the start value, just take the end value. So in the PLC is 10,000, so you key 10,000, and here is the 10 in the HMI. Yes. So don't confuse with end value, start value. Like it means it's not. This is the not maximum value. It's like we are doing the graph. You know the linear scaling, right? The graph x-axis and y-axis. We're just telling this is the minimum maximum values. I mean, how to say? To find out the gradient, right? This is the value. So it can be 1, 1,000, 5,000 also can. Okay? Do the same thing for this time. Okay, good. Save first. Okay, now go back to the screen. Now I don't need 5 digits, right? Put 2 digits. Then wait. Then you go to appearance. You can put unique also. Second, right? Just put SEC. Do the same thing for this time also. SEC. Yes, 2 digits. Once done, save, download. Okay. Now you try to key in seconds. It should work. Then we can change back to, if here lah, we can change back to the time. So, no, here. Right click. Yes. Display format. Network. Okay, automatic. Yes. So go back to the time. But this one just the display value, the display thing. Good. Any question? Now we got the idea, right? So how the HMI and the PLC work and the function of the memory also. Okay, later we learn more on this memory because why? Now only we use MD. So later we will learn MW as well. So when to use MW, when to use MD, then if you're using MD, then how many numbers? 4 numbers, because you know, right, if I put MD 10, let's say here I put MD 11, it won't show you error.
But cannot run.
Can run, so it won't show error, no warning, nothing. Can run, but will have a value conflict. So the value will have some conflicts. Okay, very simple, I show you one. Go offline. Okay, click here. Just put normally open. You put the switch I0.3. Right. The first switch. Here, put the output. You put M 10.0. Okay, so means it will clash with this one, right? But you see, it didn't show any error, nothing, right? Okay, now we see what happened. Download the PLC. Monitor. So it didn't show any error, nothing, right? Okay, you press that. So you run for 15 seconds, not an issue, no problem. Okay, now you on this switch. What happened to time? Right. 4 hours. Okay. Actually got meaning. Okay, you can know why. You change this to decimal. No need. I mean, no need to offline. No need online can change. Right click. And right click again. And right click on the empty space here. Space. Display. Network decimal 167922216, right? Okay. Okay, what is the meaning? Okay, go to calculator. Okay, go of first. Yes. You put aside here. So you delete first. Okay, earlier 15,000, right? Earlier 15,000, right? Okay, you put 15,000. 15, 1, 5. Okay. See that? Take note of that. So let's say this is the 10, right? 10, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? So it is 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. Okay. 0, 1, 0, 1. 1, 1, 0, 0. So 15 means it's done. The moment you on this become this value. Right. Okay. So it means now you go to binary. Okay, you delete this. Now you key in this value. So you put 1, then 80. Okay, then 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. You see? This number. So earlier you key in this. So it's already stored this. So this particular bit is already on. The moment you on this bit, so the MD value it become like this. 1, 0 like this. So you see? Same, exactly same. So you see, it didn't give you any warning, any error, nothing. So we need to know whenever we do it in Siemens is like this, all the Siemens. Okay, you know that's why normally what programmer do practice. So if they wanted to use these memories like M0.0, M0.1, right? So they will allocate. They themselves they will do okay from memory by 0 until memory by 100. Okay, this one is for programming. Then memory by let's say 99. Then memory by 100 until memory by 199. This one for the HMI buttons. Until that. Then we can put again memory by 200 until memory by 499. Yes, this one is for HMI values. 4,000.
4,000.
The memory bytes until 4,000. But memory bytes. So we have 4,000 bytes. So some we use as a bit, some we use as a word, some we use double word.
Is it all memory values that during we create the new project start with a new project?
Okay. You mean all the memory value means which one? You mean the range?
Yeah.
The 4,000. Depend on the what type of model you are using.
If this.
That one is 4,000. So 1211 and 1212 is up to 4,000. 1214, 1516 up to 8,000.
How do I know this information?
Okay, good question. I will show you by this. Okay, so can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, good question. I'll minimize this. You can minimize this, then you can delete this like this. Just go offline, delete this. No, your timer will run for 4 hours. Okay, just save it. Yeah. So later you download, then you change in the HMI, then you can go back to normal. Okay. Okay, now you minimize this. Minimize the GI folder. Because you cannot get this data in your GI folder. So also minimize. Click the Wi-Fi. Okay, click on the Wi-Fi here. Wait now. Then you click here. Turn back. Network and internet setting. Change adapter option. Wi-Fi not connected. Okay, right click. Easy. Disable. No, right. Okay, try to connect. Oh, sometimes when I connect cable, it won't work. Some laptop, yeah. Okay, now you see this. Yes. S7-1200. Connect. Okay. Can we do close? Close. Okay. Go to. Okay, okay. But I want Google. You will search for Google. Okay. Now here you key in Siemens S7-1200. Siemens S7-1200. Space hardware manual. Yes. Okay. Got so many manuals. Wait. Okay. But actually, I have a few manuals. If you have, do you have pen drive? Okay. Okay. Then later I just copy and paste in the folder, the Siemens folder there, right? Then tomorrow you can copy. I have a few manuals, that is the getting start, system manual, easy to programming guide, 4 to 5 manuals, all related to 1000. Okay, so okay, this one. Click here. Basic instruction, but this one using 8,000. Actually, 800 pages. Installation. No, not going. I'll go back. you see, the 1211, 1212, okay, 50 kb, 75 kb. Okay, this is the work memory lah. Okay, then this is a 6 input. Okay, then can you see the big memory for M? Can you see 4096 for 1211, 12. For 1214, 1215, 1217 is the 8000 So the expansion module, right? The signal means on the right hand side can expand. 1212 only can expand to 1214 until this one can expand to 8. Then the signal board, of course, is only 1. Communication board can go up to 3. Then this one is high speed counter up to 6, configured to use any built-in or SP inputs. So means can use 6 high speed counter means is for the encoder. So any data that just can get from here everything.
The 8 input is 8 bit, 8 byte.
Okay, which one?
The local onboard I/O.
Means what?
Yeah.
It's an 8 digital input.
Input.
It's an 8 bit, NDI, not byte. That's why they didn't put the byte or something. So there's a 8 input, 6 outputs. Then this is a 14 input, 10 outputs. Normal digital input, digital output.
Means 8 input is from
0.0 until 0.7.
Oh, this one is calculated as 8 input.
Yes.
But it can until until
1000, right? In here, the I can go up to 1024 bytes. So, because why? Because of course 8 input means it's only going to use 1 byte only. Correct? Only going to use 1 byte. The byte 0 right here. Okay. But I have 1000 bytes. Okay. Why? Because the first thing is, of course this one going to use only 1 byte. Okay. Then analog, right? Analog going to use 4 bytes because one input is 1 word. Going to use 2 bytes, right? So the analog itself here going to use 4 bytes. So total 5 bytes only. Okay. But later on I can add expansion modules. In the expansion modules, the maximum input I can add is 16 inputs. So means another 2 bytes. So another 16. So means total 5, 4, total 9 byte only. That is on the hardware. Okay. Later, I can use the communication module. Can expand the I/O. Can use the remote I/O to expand. So that's why I can go up to 1024. So normally up to 1000 lah, because from 1000 until 1024 normally used for the high speed counters. Okay?
Sorry,
Can. We take a break. Then after the break we continue lah.
Okay, boss? Okay.
Okay. now what we do, so this one okay, right? So you save this file, then you open the asterisk mixer project. This one the asterisk one, right? Okay. You open the program. Program block. Main, yes. Okay. Now stop. Okay. Now go to PLC tag. Show all tag. So using M0, M1, M3 that. Okay. Now you go to project, save as, don't disturb, save as day 2 mixer HMI. So for this we do the HMI. First thing, go to your program first. Yes. First thing is we need to list down what we want to show in the HMI. Okay, so we want to put the start button, right? Okay. Then stop button. Okay. Then put an indicator for RT, mixer, also the pump, right? Then 1A as the timer, correct? So for this timer, I just name it as a timer VA input, timer VA display. For mixer is timer mixer input, timer mixer display. Okay, so this is what we want to show in the HMI. So for 1A is Q0.0, Q0.1, Q0.2, Q0.3, right? So you don't need to add anything. Okay. Now for for the start and stop, you need to add. Okay, what you want to do? What do you want to add? Which memory you want to use? Must use memory, right? For the
Start and stop.
for the HMI start, HMI stop. Remember the previous one we used the M0.1, M0.2 for the start and stop. So what you want to use? Okay, good. Minimize this. Minimize this. Okay, go to your folder. Okay, day 2 lesson 1. Yes, go to here. Open 2 TI. So you can refer there also. Open your program, yes. Program blocks, monitor. Okay, good. So like this. Correct. Okay. So you minimize, don't close this one. So later for HMI all you can just check. Go back to other one. Okay. So one you must use the memory, right? Okay, what memory can you use? Okay, M0.4 can be used, or you want to skip. Go to M10.0, M10.1 also can. It's up to you, correct? So means okay, you decide, okay, starting from M10, I want to use for HMI, can also. Okay, so it's up to you lah. Just here I just put, so it's up to you. So you want to take note or something. But always whenever you do HMI, always do something like this. It's easier. So because these two need to add first here. Okay, but any memory can, which is not flash, then it's okay. Then here also same. So if I already use M10, then here must be MD12. Correct. If I follow from here, right? So next one is MD 16. MD16, MD20, MD24. Okay. So when we do like this, then we know, okay, this is going to be, I want to add here. So wherever I have a start, I need to add this. Wherever I have a stop, I need to add this. So this one we need to add. Then we need to add this first. Then once add, save, everything good. Then only you do the HMI. Okay? Okay? So when you want to add HMI, the one you need to know. When you want to add HMI, go offline first. Okay? You know why? Okay, go back to the other slide. Okay. You see, when you add a HMI, then it will pop up a window, right? Then first you choose the PLC model. Then you choose the screen setting, everything, right? Okay. Because why? The first you choose the PLC model, right? Okay, why? Because go to device and networks. Okay, because it will do this connection automatically when you choose the PLC. Okay, so if the PLC is online, so the HMI cannot do the connection, so it cannot communicate. So whenever you want to add HMI, you go offline first. Okay, okay. Try first. Any question you can ask. for timer.
Yeah,
Okay. For the timer, we have PLC and HMI, right? Okay. So there's a start value and value lah, right?
I cannot find the start value.
It's under the HMI tag. Go to HMI tag.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, show the tag. Then yes. Not the start. To the timer. Yes. Then linear scale.
Okay, okay.
value is 0, right?
Yeah.
Start value is 0 lah. So HMI means, okay, I need to key, if I key in 10,000, sorry, HMI key in 10, so the PLC become 10,000. So then only the inside the PLC it can convert to in seconds.
So HMI is based on second.
Because why? Because PLC is in millisecond, right? So HMI is based on seconds.
But in main program log, I haven't set the value in HMI, here already show 10 seconds. After I set, it will run automatically.
No, you go back, it's because you go to valve B already. So you need to run the program. Your mixer don't have timer. Right? Okay, off you. Okay, now it's done. Okay, valve A, low level on. Yes, you see here? Because just now it's already go to, the timer already done, finish. Go to here. That's right. You see now, you see now, mixer don't have timer, right? So when I turn on the high level, it straight away go to the power. Because mixer don't timer. Okay, now you put the mixer timer. Yes, but it won't run because it's already completed the 0. So you need to level, start again. Okay. So now the HMI, go to online. Just select HMI, go offline. This one. Yes, simulation. Start. So you can open the HMI here. Yes, okay, press. Yeah. Like HMI WinCC RT. Yes. So you can do testing like this, everything, then finally you can download it. Here is okay. So, any question?
So I need to set the timer first, then just can run the process.
Yes, of course.
I think is I start when I set,
Mm.
then the following step, then I set again.
Yes.
So far it will be set the timer early.
Okay, so you can do because now this project, because I just want to do something like this, right? So because the value is always there only. When you install it always there. But whenever you download, again you do some changes, download the value inside becomes 0. So you need to key in again, But once you download finish already, so then you key in the value, so the value will be always inside. But if you want to, if the timer want to be like a constant number, then you don't need to do this. Straight away put T hashtag 10 seconds. If you want in the HMI want to change, yes. But here every time you download becomes 0, right? That one because you keep on downloading. But in actual system, because you only download once. Once you download, you key in the value, so the value will be always there. Until next time someone go and change or someone download, then only the value becomes 0. Okay, even you can, you just go to PLC, you go offline the PLC. Yeah, you choose the PLC and offline. Okay, so because I want to off this, so let me power off. Turn off the game. Off the gear. Okay. Turn on. Let's go to the page. Okay, you just want see value. I don't know why the value is not there. Okay, so you go up. You see, you look for the value. Is it the value is there? Memory value, yes, the memory value becomes 0, right? Yes. So that is the function of the memory. So if the value you want to keep, you must use dB, data block.
Also I change the MD.
MD need to change to dB. Later we go, what's the time? go for your break. Then after the break, because this memory, like I said right yesterday, they have two types of memory. One is M, one is a DB. So M cannot keep the value. Okay, DB can keep the value. So when you use DB, you can keep the value. So if you power off and on, you reset the memory, the value will be there. Cannot be erased.
I want to ask on
Yes.
is this HMI used in that industry most?
Yeah, Siemens. But this one is very small one lah.
Yeah,
This one is very,
small.
the 4-inch very rare we using.
It
This
got
one
a
sometimes
large scale.
normally they have 7-inch or 10-inch. 10-inch I don't know.
Yeah, because I also using a EPEX screen,
Okay.
right? The
Okay.
screen is bigger than this.
Is it this big? 10-inch or this big?
Not just bigger a little bit.
Bigger than this, little bit bigger. Maybe 8-inch. 8-inch because this is a 7-inch. So maybe 8-inch or 10-inch. But this is the cheapest one for Siemens.
Yeah.
Because for
Because
training.
I never seen my company using
Yeah,
this.
4-inch very rare. This one actually very rare.
Oh, yeah, you don't use the Siemens
Yeah, of course.
screen.
You know how much this
Siemens
one?
screen.
This one is already 3,000.
Wow.
If you buy the 7-inch one,
Yeah.
if you buy 7-inch one, I think around.
Yeah, I
8,000.
8,000.
7-inch. If you go to TP, 1200, 18,000.
Oh, wow.
12
Expensive, huh?
Expensive. You want Siemens one expensive. You know the day I do one project for UTM. So I use the Siemens, then I use this brand, WinView. It's a China model. They have actually their model is from Taiwan. So they release they have two model name lah. One they call WinView, one for VTech. One for China market, one for others lah. So I buy the 10-inch one, 10-inch, and I use this one. You know the 10-inch how much? 3,200 only.
Oh.
10-inch. But the 10-inch in Siemens is around 15,000.
But the screen compared with Siemens, right? The calibration or the screen.
The durability means I think Siemens
Siemens more better, right?
more better. Can last long because I've seen some companies are still using some very old HMI. Very I think it's around 20 years plus HMI they still using. So it can durable lah compared to this, but it's not in a harsh place like a very because this HMI all very sensitive because electrical components, right? So because you can see the design is the component design. See the component design. You see the sound design. Design a bit.
It's more solid.
Yeah, it looks like more solid, right? It's not like nothing inside.
More plastic.
More plastic. So that's one. Then depend on the place lah. Example, if it is a harsh place, better to use Siemens.
Because our company screen only like this lah, but this is not for the. This is for load set only.
Oh, for road side only. Using Siemens, no.
No, using
The
for
one.
this is. I find for normal using. I find so many.
Yeah, especially. Become engineer, must have so many machine photos.
Sometimes I also need to ask them. This one is the small one, more cheapest one.
This one is for the
Also for the spreader.
spreader. What model?
OPUS.
OPUS. Okay.
But this one the calibration not so good.
Oh.
You need to calibrate. Once you cannot touch screen.
Oh.
This one is no good. So the setting also more complicated. So I
Don't like don't like this.
Yeah, if the customer order 100 unit now, I need to set one by one.
Oh, the recipe.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like this my company use.
Oh.
The screen more better.
Oh, this one more better. This one what brand?
Effect also.
Oh, this one is using the APAC line.
Because the space is more enough.
Okay. Back then you using the code disease to design this line.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this one I saw is more small and the space also limited.
This one. If you want to draw something like that, right? You cannot draw here
Yeah.
in this model. So
This can import
image.
picture.
Can.
Can.
So
Okay.
if you want to do something like that, a picture, better to use a TP1000. It's a 10 inch, but it's a 15 this one lah.
But this can import the sub page.
Another pages lah.
Yeah,
Can,
sub
of
page.
course.
Can.
Of course. Whatever you want to do can. Everything is small.
Yeah,
Because normally what they do, this one lah. This one I also very rare see in industry. Industry, the smallest I see is a 7 inch. This one, some machine like very small machines, like just one PLC like this, and because sometimes the machine depend on the company. The company of course need to use Siemens products, for example. So but they don't want bigger one. They just want a smaller one. Maybe just like this like want to let's say want to for the mixer for example this one. Small machine just to mix and they just key in then they can use this one. Yes, simple one. So the button all they use a bigger one because no need much button one. Just start stop, then they can create multiple pages. Maybe this one if you do like actual system, right, this one, then in the main page just start stop, then maybe reset something. Then in another page for the settings, the timer value settings, everything. You can do like that.
Okay.
Good. So you can go for your break. After the break, we learn about the DB. So what is it? OPUS, right?
Yeah, OPUS. Because the Opus and effect screen more cheaper than Siemens.
Yes.
Yes.
But Opus is 6.
But then the final testing engineer use this Opus screen also hard to testing because the screen is small than the function button you need to touch. Sometimes you will mistouch.
Oh.
Yeah, so you need to very careful.
Yeah.
Yes.
how to use a data block. Okay. So we go up. Go to add new blocks. Actually, you can add a few blocks. Okay. Organization block, function block, function and data block. Okay. So we are going to use data block. So data block and must be global. Okay. Because you click here, there are some other counter timer blocks. Because these blocks are for the timer. Okay, so we use global. Then you can name it HMI. Okay. So you see, you go to system blocks, program resources. Can you see the timer 1 and timer 2? The one we add, this one we call as a instance data block. Okay, this one we call global data block. Okay, you open instant data block. Okay, instant data block will store the data of your timer, so you cannot edit. So whatever the data of the timer, it will be saved here. This HMI one, we go here. This one is we need to add. So this global DB is similar to my memory. Okay. Now you key in. You can key in this name, timer VA in, timer VA display, or this. The type you choose time. Okay, save. Now what we do? Now right click the HMIs. Go to properties. Okay. Uncheck this one. Optimize block access. Okay. So if I uncheck, means anyone can access the block. So now because let's say it's within the PLC only, then I don't need to uncheck. But if HMI want to use this data block, then I need to uncheck the optimize. Okay? 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 Yes. Now go to main. Now change all this. Double click, change to the HMI is timer VA in. Yes. Okay. Save. Double click on the name. Okay, good. Now you write, because can you see there's a no address, right? You need to, whenever we do the HMI, I mean the DB, you write it here. Compile software, living on. So you can get the address. So can you see DB3 is the DB number, then DBD0, because the first one. Why D? Because it's a double word. Because you go to my slide. Yes, go down. See? So if it is a double word, DBD. If it is word, DBW. If you want to use as a boolean, DBX also. Okay? Alright. Go back to the TI portal. Okay. Now download first. Now ready? Now go to your screen. Now we change all this. Change back to click here. Click here. Yes. Now need to choose from the program block. HMI. Yes. Okay. Then later we do the same setting, the what is settings. Save. Okay. Now go down. Go to the HMI tag. Show all tag. Now go down. Okay. Go up. This 4 you need because not using, right. Okay. This 4 can delete. For this, okay, you do the linear scaling. Yes. 10. Yes. That's one. So you keep enter. Start. No label. Yes. Okay, can go live. Now what you do, the HMI, now you download the HMI. So you can minimize, can close or can minimize, and now select this. Now download this file. Okay. Got the value ready? Okay. Now what you do? You go, the PLC go off. You select the PLC go off, right? Must be power off. Hang the values later, right? Now power off the PLC. Power off the PLC. In the machine modification, I will power off lah. Now I can start. Okay. Can you see? Hashtag. The value. So Siemens PLC, different PLC, different style lah. Some PLC here we show PLC no response, communication no response, or that. But Siemens HMI, it will show hashtag on the values. Now the values there. Because the DB function for retain function. So we see whether you enable established. You go online. Then you go to the main. You go on monitor. So the value go off, right? So we enable the retain function. Okay, we go offline. Go offline. Okay. Now what you do? You go to the HMI. Yes. Retain. Okay. So all the data. So now save, download the program. key in the value? Okay, key ready, yeah? We need to test. Okay. Now the value retain. Now we power off. Now the value retain. So because we need to just retain. So that is the difference between memory and the DB. So mostly depend how you want to use mostly, because normally any PLC you take, they have two type of memory. One is a normal memory, another one they call what they call retain, but there's another term. Omron or that. Holding memory, sorry. So they call holding memory. So they use the other PLCs, for example, like here I'm using M, right? So some other PLC, what they use only D, just for data value. So let's say they have D0 until D8000. So what they do? They will fix it from D0 until D2000. It's a normal. From D2001 until D3001. Example. This one is the holding. This is the normal. So here, this one is the like this MD. This one is the DB. Some other PLC lah, but Omron, Siemens, they do the separate. So the memory is like normal memory. So if you power off, reset, all that, then the value will go off. If you using, if you want to keep the value, use DB and you must enable retain. If you not retain, of course, it is similar to your DB also. Okay, that's why normally for HMI all they use DB. Some you can use MD. MD also still can use. The thing is, you need to manually, if every time you power off and on, you need to manually key in. Okay, good. Any question? Wow. Okay. Now what we do? Keep your data. Okay. Now you create a new project. This one you save it, keep aside, and then you create a new project. Day 1 earlier lesson 1, right? Okay, lesson 2. Sorry, day 2 lesson 2. Then as normal, you add new device. No need, HMI, just PLC. Now what we functions. Okay. So you go to PLC tag, show all tag. Okay. You just put it as like a push button 1, push button 2, push button 3, then switch 1, switch 2, switch 3. Just a normal naming. So later on want to change, then we can rename it. Then you use LAM1, LAM2. For the output, just LAM1 until 6. Because we're going to learn some other functions. Because normally for 3 days I'm just going to teach some basic functioning. But since you already know how to use the software, right? So I can teach you other things also. So I can teach you function block, FC, DP, all these counter and the max function. Actually, I don't follow any syllabus. I just write down here so I know what to teach. Okay, actually, okay. Then you just put LAM1. Actually, this one is very, very user friendly. Enter. Okay, like an Excel sheet, you can drag. No? You click here. You just click first here. Maybe second. Okay, now you click again. Then this one is just drag down. Add 5. Yeah. Can you see? And the address is not output, right? You just change the first one, Q0.0. Enter. Okay. Now click save like that. Let's drag. Okay. Wait. Override tag or add new text? So override means it will override. Add new means it will add new. So just override. Actually very, very user friendly. That's why, because got so many things to do. That's why the software is very handy. Okay, now we go to program blocks. Okay, so we have a main OB, right? Okay. OB1 is what actually? This one can put it up. So OB1 is actually organization block. Okay, organization block. It means normally you cannot see any program here. Okay? Yesterday you showed me your program, right? There's no program in the OB, correct? You do a lot of program in other places. Call all the blocks.
Yeah.
Actually, you know all these. I think because your senior he teach you some things, right?
Yeah.
Then, but you don't have the basics, right? So that's why I think he send you for the trainings. Because you know some things, but you don't know the basics. And sometimes very confused. You don't know where.
Yeah.
If you start means you don't know where to go. So if you know the basics, then you know. Of course, I already seen the program and everything. Now you know the basics. You can now relate. Because your program also got DB, right?
Yeah.
Or DB, FC, FP, everything. Now we see what is FP, what is FC. So when to use FC, FP or something. So OB very simple, organization block. So that is normally main block. So normally they don't do any program here. They just call the blocks only. So normally they just call the blocks, but sometimes they do some program here. It's like some important programs they do here. Otherwise, they just use the other blocks. Then the program will be done in the other blocks. Let's say FC1. Okay, they do some programming here. Then they just call it here, right? Then they do FC2. Then they can do a FB, function block. Then function block need a DB. Then they can call here. Or they just create another FC, FC3, and inside here they do the function block, maybe function block 2, DB2, then another function block 2, DB3, something like this. Okay. Now, what is function? Okay, function is they call as a code block. Okay, so FC is code block or subroutine. Okay, means code block means you can create your own coding inside, like a timer, right? Like a timer, you see timer have an input, output, PT, ET, correct? Okay, so it means inside the block actually there is a coding. Siemens already done for you. Then you just multiple times you just keep on using the same, that's called code block. So you can create a code inside, then multiple times you can use. Okay. Subroutine means you just straight away do one program there. It's like you just arrange your program. So here I do the communication program, one FC. Another FC I want to do alarm program. Another FC I do some other programming, something. Okay. FB function block. Also, function block is the code block actually. Okay, but there's additional one because they have a instance DB. They have an instance DB. That's why whenever you call a function block, we'll have a DB. So actually your timer is actually a function block. That's why whenever you add, I ask you to put a DB. Right? Because why? Because whatever here, it will save the data. Save data in DB. Data means the value lah. But FC cannot do that. FC is like a standalone. So you can use as a code block, no problem, but it won't keep the values. So that is the reason. You see like the timer, right? Yesterday all the ET we didn't put anything, right? But still we can leave it empty, but still can download. You know why? Because this timer is they have a DB for that, right? So they save the data inside the DB. So that's why there's no need any any address to put that, any tag, no need. So you can save the data in the DB. Okay. But we see one by one. Okay. Then we have a DB. Okay. DB got two types. The first one called instance. Instance DB. Okay. This one is okay, we can put like say data of function block. Whatever function block is that, it will save the data of the function block. Okay. Then number 2 is the global DB, right? Just now we had correct. Global DB is like a I can call it is similar to memory, right? Memory. Only thing is you can keep save the data lah. See, right? So that's the difference. So that are the blocks. Then OB are special blocks. Okay, special blocks means OB1 of course the main lah. Okay, the main block. There's other OBs which is special blocks. Okay, it means it's only needed when necessary. If you don't want to use the particular functions, then you don't need. Okay, so we see one by one. Okay, so in the main, we're going to do nothing. Okay, now what you do, we go to add new block. FC. You see, functions are code block or subroutine. here itself they put already without dedicated memory. You click on the function block. You see, function block are code block that store their values permanently in instant data block. So that they remain available after the block has been executed. Means you put ready the function block, right? Function block, then you add all the values. After that, let's say you remove the function block, but the DB is still there, right? So the DB will still keep the value. So later we can this. Okay. So one, then OB, go to OB. Okay. OB, can you see they already have some OBs. Means it's like a special OB one. It means okay. Okay, click here, hardware interrupt. Okay, for example, this one is the hardware interrupt. Okay. Now, okay, you remember yesterday when we power up this PLC, right? Then there's an error. Correct, because when we open and see, there's two modules, right? So that's called hardware interrupt. Okay. So what happens if the hardware interrupt, the PLC will receive the error code. Okay. If I add this OB, okay. So what happens? This OB will interrupt my program. So means earlier, like yesterday one, there is an error, but PLC is still in run mode. PLC didn't go to stop mode. PLC is still run mode, but the hardware is not there. So what happens if, like, let's say it's an actual system? Means it's supposed to get the temperature value, for example, but the temperature value go in, but the card is already spawned, but the PLC is still running. So what happens? The PLC still wait for the temperature value to increase, but actual temperature is already increased. So it's supposed to cut off the system. So in that case, what they do, they will add this, and at the same time, the event must be defined in the property of the module. The particular module, you need to define the hardware interrupt. So what happens if the hardware interrupt? It's not only give you error, it will stop your PLC. Something like that. So it means that all these are special functions. Okay, and like rack or station failure. You click here. Okay, so this one is the rack or station failure. It means from this PLC I can add like a we call interface module, additional sub modules. Okay, so normally it will be like this. Okay, I'll show you. But I don't have the module for this actually. So what happens means this is ET200. Okay, there's a ET200S right? There's another model called ET200SP. So that one is just like a head module. This is the IOS. Okay, so the head module will be connected to my PLC. So the PLC will send a signal to here. Then this IO can work like an additional IO for the PLC. Something like that. So this one I connect to the Ethernet. Right. Okay. So if let's say this one spoiled, so what happens? So it will show like a station failure. Okay. So when station failure, what happens? It will show error, of course, error, and also it will stop the PLC. But in case you don't want to stop the PLC, you want to keep on run, but you want to keep alarm, then you need to add this here. Just add, no need to do any programming. Just add. So what happens when the alarm happens? The alarm, the data will straight away go to that particular OB. Won't disturb your OB because you know our PLC is stopped. You know whenever my main OB is disturbed, then the PLC will stop. Unless I didn't stop the PLC lah. That's a two thing only. If I didn't manually stop the PLC, or if I didn't go and interrupt my OB1, my PLC always in front. So these are the special functions. So if you're using servo motor, if you're using recycling is like when you do PID programming, special lah. All this is for me. Okay, can? Okay. First, we go to the FC. Which FC? You name me as conveyor controller, for example. Okay. Conveyor control, yes. Then the language is depend lah. The language can change just now. Okay. Actually, it's just a C1. Okay. Here, okay. First, what I want to do, I want to do as a code block. Okay. If I want to do as a code block, you click open the block interface. Yes. So they have an input, output, in out, temporary, constant. Okay. So just put start stop. Okay, the name start. Stop. No, input stop. Then the output, just put one conveyor. No, don't use output. In out. Yes, I will tell you why. Okay. Or okay. You close this. Now you do the normal program, the start stop conveyor with the holding lah. Yes. Because I'm okay, is to make you understand this is called like variable. It's not like a global variable. It's like variable means it's just only will be inside here only I can use. Like in the code disease they call, I also forget it. But in the code disease you have like global variable, right? Global variable, then you will have a variable only. Or you have input output variables.
Yes, I think input output is.
Okay, so it means input variable, output variable, then just variable only you have, right? Just VAR only. How is that going? A long time ago I didn't use code disease. Because last I used code disease when I teach for Indonesia. That's my company in Indonesia because they're using back off PLC. So at the time I teach code disease. I also really code time. That's the thing, if you didn't touch anything for some months or some years, I'm sure you forget. Actually you have variable input, variable output, and variable constant also. Actually, if you learn code disease, you can easily program back off PLC. Back off PLC can use code disease or their own software called TwinCAD. Exactly same. Exactly same. Only thing is TwinCAD, they have additional function for the hardware. That's all. Okay. Actually, they call variable VAR. VAR or VAR means is your like memory. Correct. VAR input means it's a physical input. VAR output means it's the physical output. So VAR means like a memory, right? The same concept. So this is like a VAR only, means which is here only. Okay? Then you put the conveyor. Then you latch. Safe. Alright. Now what we do? Go to main. Okay, you call the block. So how to call the block? Just drag and drop. Yes. So it becomes like this. Okay, so whatever input on the left hand side, whatever output on the right hand side, if it is input output, of course, left hand side and we'll have this look. Okay. Then just now when we add the start stop conveyor, right, we see how many variable type. One is the input, output, in out, then temporary constant, right? So this temporary and constant we won't show outside. It will be inside the block. Okay? Okay. Now what we do, we just put the PB1, PB2, LAM1. The push button 1, push button 2, LAM1. Just say download, we test this. Okay, close this one. Okay, monitor. Okay, yes, press the start. Yes. Okay, alright. Okay, but why I use this one supposed to be output, right? Okay, why I use, because inside FC, if I put as the output, I cannot use as a like normally open. It means if I put as the output, I only can use as output only. This one set or this set, like cannot latch. That's why I put like the input out. Okay. Or another way I want to use is, okay, you go offline, can use the temporary functions. You go to the FC. Yep. Okay, what do? You go, yes. So you just put in the temporary, you put conveyor on. Okay, boolean. Then this conveyor, you just actually you can click here, just one click, drag and put it. Just drag, can you drag? No, no, not the one. You click, drag and put on the output end. Okay. Then you delete this conveyor, put it. Yeah, just delete. Must delete and yes. you put the conveyor. Okay, now go down. So what I do, because they say if you're using as an output, you cannot use like this, right? So we use the temporary. Yes, the temporary just now we create this one, the conveyor on, yes. Okay, okay, also. Conveyor on, then you click here, out. Yes, put normally open. Put the conveyor on. Yes, then the output, you put the conveyor. Yes, so it's like I'm using the temporary to do the latching, then I finally out. Okay, now you save this, you go back to the main. Can you see red color? You know why? Because it's not I changed the program, because I deleted the in out and I add a output, right? That's why. Okay, right click here, update block call. Click. Yes. Now you can go to download MS. Then I must use the in out like just okay. What we do, we go off, we use back the in out. Because function block can do this. Okay, you delete here. Just delete, then use in out. Yes, then the temporary take out. First we do example. Go down. Yes. Then this one delete. This one right. Okay. Just put back the conveyor. Okay. Then update again. Okay. Just down. This one can just bring it down. Only to first like bring it down. Yes. Yeah. Fully supervised. Okay. So this one and just now can work, right? So this is called code block. But normally FC we don't use like code block much. Normally we use as a subroutine. Okay. So we create one more, add new block. Subroutine. Yes. Okay. You put here the name called motor controller. Okay. Now here we do a simple program, that is normally open, then you put normal latching program. Just click normal latch program. Yes. Then okay. That one normally close. Then here you put PB 2.3, switch 1, LAN 2. a normal program. So you know how it works, right? I don't need to test that. Okay. So now this one we call subroutine, means we don't use their internal tags, internal variables. We just use the normal tag, just do the program. Go back to the main. Now we call the block FC2. So it will be like this. Okay, this is called subroutine. Okay. Now go to add new block. Okay. Now function block use. Add a name. You put motor control. So motor control is already here. What else? Valve control. Okay. So valve code, function block normally they use as a code block. So we need to use this lah, right? Okay, click here. Can you see the same thing, but got additional one static? Yes. This static is for to keep like timer functions, like other function block can keep in the statics. Okay, I will show you how. Okay. In the input output, in the input you just put open close, then the output you put valve. Then you create a normal program, just like start stop motor, right? And then open close the valve.
Output or in out?
Open close in the output is the valve.
Yeah, is an output or
Output. This one can use output. This one no problem. Then the static or later we add. Okay, just do a normal program. Okay, normal. Okay, go back to the main. Okay. Put down here. Same thing. Okay, wait. You see, it's also code block, it's also code block, right? But when I call the function block, can you see? If you call the function block as a single instant, the function block saves its data in its own database. So let's say you name it as a valve control 1. Can you see? The same thing, but you see, if let's say you take the FC, you put beside it the conveyor control.
inside.
Actually, inside the program, inside this program is exactly the same programming, right? Just open, on and off on output, right? But you see, there were the question mark, right? It means this one you need to give data then. Need to give some address, so it can be input or it can be output any address. Okay, but for the DB you don't need. Because why? Because for the DB it can save, even though you didn't give, you can save the data inside the DB. So that is the difference between FC and FB. Okay, you can delete this. Okay. Now save. Then here you can take another function block, put it beside it. Yes, FB. Yes. Then this one name it as a valve control 2. Okay. Yes. Okay. Then you can use multiple times. Actually, this also can use multiple time, no problem. Okay. Only different these two are actually everything is same. Only different is don't have the DB to keep the data. That's all. Now here, because we don't have so many inputs, right? So I just use some memory now. Okay. So put it here M0.0. Okay. Then M0.1. Then here you put the RAM 1, 2, okay, RAM 3. Okay, later you change the names. So this one also same. M0.2, M0.3, RAM 4. Then just you rename all this. Just click here, empty space. I click rename. So you can rename the file. So you just name it as this one is valve 1, right? So you just put open V1, close V1, valve 1, open V2, close V2, valve 2. So yes, the name is later when you refer back, you can understand. Change. Off window. No. Open or close lah, close. Okay, change. Okay. You change first. You change theme change. Okay. But you want to change the address, right? Okay. Now so two. This one 3, okay. You right click here, rewire, yes, to change the addresses. M4, okay, change to M3 first. Okay, change, then rename again the names. Because open, close, then confuse, right? So open, I think this one you can put close lah, close. Yeah, close V1. Open close. Okay, good. You go up. This one also I think you better put start, stop, rename start, stop and conveyor. Now you save, download. click modify to 1, modify to 0. Modify to 1, okay, modify to 0. Yes, see, still can on. Right, we choose as an output, right? But in the FC, we cannot use as an output. We must use as an in-up if we doing the holding function. Okay, that is the difference. Okay, because in the FC they don't allow you to. Normally FC, if you ask me, FC I want to use for code block, right? Normally I will use for calculations. So I don't use for like a control something, right? I don't use. If I want to control something, if I want to use some ladder programming, control something, then I use a function. Okay, good. Now, see actually what is the function of the DB. Okay, go offline. What we do, we're going to add some things in the function. Okay, go to function. You add here. Okay, add here. Oh no, add here. Okay. Add a branch. Then put a valve there. Normally open valve. Add a timer. Okay. Timer. Go to timer. Add a TON. Okay, wait. So just put name timer 1. Okay, now you see here. So it shows single instance. Single instance means okay. Normally timer when we choose, what happens? It will create a DB. Correct. Okay, we create another DB. So single instance means okay, I want to create another DB. Okay. Multi-instance means you click here. So multi-instance, it won't create another DB. It will use back the same DB that this function block is using. So you see, what happened is it already have a DB1, DB2 because the function block I call 2 times at this. Now this timer, if I use single instance, of course it will create another like DB3 or something, another DB, which is for the timer 1. But if I'm using multi-instance, so it won't create another DB. So it will use back the same DB. So you see, if you call the function block as a multi-instance, it saves data in the instance data block of the calling function block. It means wherever this function block is called, there must be a DB, right? This timer also will be added there. Okay? Here, this one, actually both are same. But what is the difference here? You click here. This difference is the same thing. Okay, save data in a specified block parameter, not in the instance call block. Means you need to give a specific, need to create another DB, specific DB for all the parameters. So how many timer you using, I all put it in. Later, this give you option of defining the instant block during runtime. So later you want to use, then you can use that. Okay, but we don't use this. We use the multi-instance. Okay, click the multi-instance. Click OK. So you see, it didn't create another DB. Right? Because if no, normally if you create a system blocks additional. Okay. But where it goes? Because you see, there's no DB something, right? Where it goes? It goes to the static. You bring it up. Okay, see, go to the static. So anything something like blue color like this, right? Is a function block type. Timer, counter, some other function. It will go into statics. Okay. function timer in. Timer in, and the data type is time. Okay. Now at the output is a timer run. Okay. Time also. Time. Data time. Okay. Now what you do? You close. Okay. Now here you put the timer in and the timer run. Okay. Then after the timer, I want to cut off. Right. I want to cut off the valve itself. Okay. So you need to add a memory here, correct? Okay. So for that, you can add another static also can, temporary also can. Okay, but now temporary normally must be used in a use temporary okay. But normally temporary means must be used in the same network. If different network can work. Okay, but never try. You put valve off. Valve off. Okay. Just now you add output. Put the valve off. We try first. If no, then you change back to the stacking. Then here you put normally close. Valve off. Go to main. Of course, wait okay. Update your call. Yes. Okay. Update your call. Yes. Okay. Then just put this one 10 seconds, some other timing value. Okay, I'll run money. Save, download. This one modify to 1, then modify to 0. Modify to 0 back. Okay, see, after 10 seconds can pop up. Oh, can't off. Let me see. Right, supposed to off. Okay, never mind. Double click here. So you can monitor here. Yes. So it's on supposed to off, right? Cannot. Okay, because why? Temporary normally must be in the same line. Okay, then it can work. You go offline. What we do? You click here. No, click here. Now add a branch. Then you highlight this from here to until the end. Okay, just bring to here. Okay, this one can delete. Can delete also. Because now it's both in the same line, right? Yeah. Because I know can use static, no problem, but I want to try the temporary. Because normally I will use static only. Temporary I use for value. Value can, no problem. If value, here I am using one, later we do la max function, I show you. Okay. Now you go to the main. You see, nothing here. Because why? Because we didn't add anything in the input output. So it won't become red color. It shows only this one is different. Can you see? This color, right? It means your laptop and your PLC is different. Okay. Now you download this again. Actually, you can right click the valve B only. Download. Download to device. Download to device. Software only changes. Same thing. Cannot off also. No, you off first, close first. You modify this first. Yeah. Modify to 1. Modify to 0. Okay. Then again you modify this one. Modify to 1. Modify to 0. Still cannot, actually can, you can use that thing like that. You see, still cannot. So you must use that thing. You double click here. So what do? You go offline. You click here. You click here, right click here, cut. Yes. Then you paste here. Now go to me. Yes. Because why? Because you see it didn't show here, but now it's showing here. Why? Because the static will be saved in your DB. That's why the DB become red color. Okay, so you right click here. Same thing, then update block all. Update block. Okay. Now so many, right? So you just can download this one also can. This one also can. No problem. It's the same thing only. Now you try. Now you should go. False, false. Yes. Now cannot, right? Static, let's use static. Temporary only can use for values. Okay. Or only one place, then it's okay. If I want to use the temporary on some place, then want to use back as a normally open, and then cannot. Okay. Now, so now you know the static function. Now we see what is the function. Okay, go offline here. So earlier this one 10 second, 10 second, right? Now you delete this value. Now you download. Can you see the 10 second is still there? Right? Why? Because the value is saved in your DB2. Go to DB2. Monitor. Yes. So actually your start value is 0, right? But earlier when you said 10 seconds, so it's still there. Until if I reinitialize the DB, then the value go off. Or I modify, then only the value get off. So that is the function of DB actually. Because we know DB can retain values, right? So the FC don't have DB. So the FB got DB. That's why FB normally they use as a code block. FC they normally use as a subroutine. Now, what we do, we go to main. Okay, this one you understand, right? Any question, teacher? No, ask for it. Now, what we do? So far we already learned all these functions, okay? Then we learned the boolean. So mostly we use boolean, right? Boolean. Then we use some time function, right? So time, which is 32-bit, right? Now we do max function, okay? Because max function is just like a normal calculation, but there we can learn about integer, double integer, real, all that. Okay? Go offline. What I want to do is we go to add new block. Okay, you name it, use FC function, then you name it as max manually. Okay. Then you go to OB1, just call the FC, put it the FC 3 years. Okay. And you go back to the FC3. So inside here you're going to do the max function. Okay. So you see I already called in the block, that, right? Okay. So because why? I'm not going to use the internal variables. So it just become like a one block, small block only, right? Because I want to use as a subroutine. But even though you want to use as a whole block also can, no problem. Only thing is later when you open, the block will be in red color. Ask you to update. Okay? Now, go to max function. You take the addition. Yeah, just put it here. Okay. You click here. Double click. Can you see? Integer, double integer, real, long real, short. U means unsigned. Unsigned short integer, unsigned integer, short integer, then the last one is unsigned double integer. Okay. So first we choose integer first. Okay. So of course we need to use some memory, right? To key in values, whatever. Okay. So just now we use M0.8. Start with MW10 in the in one, yes. Okay. So the next one can be MW12. Then this one MW40. Okay. So if you want to rename, you can right click, rename. You just put ADD1, ADD2, ADD value. Okay. Download this. Okay. Monitor. You key any value here, you just double click. Okay, I get some value, right? Try to put some bigger numbers. What happened? Negative value. Okay. Why? Okay. First, go to my slide. Go to the data type and the values there. Yes. So now integer, right? So integer means you choose just now int, right? Integer means it's a sign lah. If uint, then only it's an unsigned. Okay. What is the value? Negative 32,000 to positive 32,000. So just now you going to, you was adding how much? 32,767 negative 32,768. Say this is the zero lah, right? So now you want to add 2,000, 28,000, 10,000, right? So it's a 38,000. So when you key 38,000, it shows negative value. Okay, why? Okay, because there's a reason for the negative, huh? Okay. Because 38,000 it means from 0 to 32,000 is that, but it's above this really. So how much? 38 minus 32, how much is? You get around 5 something, right? 3 3, 5, correct? 5, 3, 4. Don't get it. 5K lah, right? Okay. So there's a 5K difference, 5,000. So go up to here. Then the balance 5,000, whatever, if you start from here, go up to here. Okay. So this one is the 5,000 value. But the position here, this position is the one just now the value. Go back to the folder. 27,000. Why? Because you see, 32,000 minus 5,000, you get what? Around 27,000, right? 27,536. So means it's not like simply they give like negative value. There's a meaning. Why? Because you are using integer, right? So integer, this is the format of the integer, which is 0. Then they have a positive value 32,000, negative value 32,000. So when you try to store value, because this one all we just trying to store the value, right? When you try to store the value inside an integer, so integer only can accept up to 32,767. So if it is more than this, then I go back to here. Then I will go near to 0 lah. That's why if you put 32,000 at 32,000, so total 65,000, right? So 32,000 will be here, another 32,000 will be here, you will get negative 1. Okay. But our addition, our value must reach, I want to show 38,000, right? Let's say it is 38,000, let's say what? Milliliter. I want to count in milliliter, right? Of course, liter means I just can show you 38 liter. But if I want to count in milliliter, how? Cannot, right? So in this case, what we do, we go offline. Okay. Add another in addition beside this. Okay. You use unsigned integer. UINT. Yes. Okay. If you put something, you see, if you didn't choose anything, okay, you just put in double click, put auto. Okay, let's say you didn't choose anything, then you put MW60. Okay, leave it. Then you should click here. Now you choose unsigned integer. Unsigned integer. Yes. Then you put MW80. Okay. Now you right click here. Just right click empty space. Rewire. You see, you make it bigger. This address. Okay. You see, MW16 become word. Right? MW18 is correct, unsigned integer. Okay, so you see why? Because earlier I didn't choose anything. So I just randomly key in MW16. So what happened? The software will think, okay, key in MW16, okay, it's a word. That's all. Okay? But the moment you choose unsigned integer, you see, become unsigned integer. Same thing all this. If I didn't choose here, if I key in MW10, automatically become word. Okay? So you need to change here. But word and unsigned integer actually the same thing. Correct? And just now I told you, because this one also is like a word means is 16-bit all positive value, that's all. Unsigned integer also all positive value, which is the same thing, typically the same thing. Okay? Whenever you change to unsigned integer, okay, change. Okay. Then you add MW20. download, later you can put the names, some names. Look. Okay, monitor. Now, you keep the same value here. Now you can, because why? Because of my data type. Even though both are same memory word, right? MW, you see, because of the data type is showing different value. Okay, so what will happen if the data type is wrong? It can miscalculate, right? Because sometimes you should not only that, okay, this plus this value, okay, not like that. Sometimes I plus, then I do some divide or something, right? Then I will, if let's say I forget about this, right? Then I do something, so I won't get a proper value. Let's say this one, for example, this one 10,000 milliliter plus 28,000 milliliter, I get 38,000 milliliter. And I want to divide 1,000 to show in liter. So I divide 1,000, I will get 38 liter. But here, if I divide this, I will get negative 27, which is the wrong value. So the data type is very important in PLC actually. Okay. Now, what I want you to try, some others, they have like subtract, multiply, divide, or so many lah. You see, modulo, negate. If you want to understand, just bring the mouse to the MOD. Just wait for a while. Okay. Divides the value at the input 1 by the value in input 2 and output the remainder at the output. So it just show you the remainder, because sometimes we divide, we have the balance, right, remainder. So this divide is just showing the divide value only. This one will show the divide the remainder values. Okay, that's also many others lah. But I want you to try some others like multiple, divide, subtract, all that. Pick some other integers. Okay, so you can use double integer. If you're using double integer, then must use MD. So double integer, unsigned double integer, real, must use MD. Okay? I want you to try a few, then you can, because this one will, I want to see how you put the MW, all the address. Just try, just put one, just download, try to put values and see. Okay? floating point.
Floating point.
Yes. Yes, because it must be in data.
But it should.
No, what you do, because okay, floating real means must be a real lah, right? So must show like the point number. Okay, so if it's showing like this, we might click here, display format, network, automatic. Yes.
But the result can feel.
Okay, why? You go up. This one okay. Correct. You put a 10 square. 10. Somewhere. One. Okay, right click. Yeah, empty. Right click. Rewire. Your MD50 must be real. MD54 is okay. One square. MD50. Okay. Cancel again. Go up. And go to. Go to is what? 30, 34. Ah, 48 then here yes. That's why I can
There's
key.
one more here, and key 30,000, and this one I need to choose decimal.
Okay.
This one can I want to show is
Decimal point, right?
no, I key for 50,000.
Cannot.
Cannot.
Yeah, of course. Because why? Because it's an integer, right? Integer means it's a sign lah. U integer is a unsigned. Then can be 50,000.
Oh, so I need to change for.
Yes. Unsigned integer and all this data also need to change to unsigned. Rewire. NW go apa? The first one. NW, yeah. Yes, it's an unsigned integer. Okay. Then where is the okay, unsigned W. Yes, that was correct. But it's wrong because you choose unsigned double integer, but here choose unsigned integer. It's because using is a because using MD, right? So double integer. So we just 52, then the other one 56. Yes. Now it should work.
How are you feeling? Still too much pressure?
Okay lah.
Must practice lah. More practice lah. After these 3 days also, if you want to grab, if you want to move to intermediate to advanced, you can take another 3 more days.
Okay.
The guy messaged you. He's not coming. Because the HMI is locked. So he's sending to the supplier.
Okay. Now you go up. Okay, so you go down. So using multiply. Okay. So can you see that is right? It means something wrong with the data type. Okay. So you multiply, okay, unsigned integer, right? Okay, right click here, rewire. Using integer. So this green color, it means still okay, still acceptable, right? But output is not acceptable. That's why it's red color. So you will get a wrong value. So the unsigned integer, this one, right? Actually, the most important part is the output. The input you put a different one, still okay. But of course, let's say for example, unsigned integer like this. Let's say these two you choose integer, still okay, because your value is not more than the integer. But output must use unsigned integer. If no, then repeat, because red color. You bring the mouse here. Cancel, yeah. Wait, so see, runtime error are possible. Okay, then this one is okay. Unsigned double integer go down. Then there's now this one again. So when you change this one, okay already, right? Okay, divide unsigned integer, okay. Go down. This one is what? Signed, okay. Now here, so let's say 67, for example.
67 only.
Yeah. So 67 divided 66 is supposed to be 1 point something, but the point is not that, right? So in that case, you must use divide real, not here. Maybe, what I mean is, if let's say, this depends on the calculation also, you see. If let's say you just wanted divide value only, right? The one only, then this one is fine. If you need the decimal point number, then you must use divide real. It's depend on the actually it's depend on our program, whether we need the decimal point number or just this, the divide number is okay. 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 So, but that is the max function lah. Okay, we don't get. The most important part is okay. So you know the addressing, right? So when to use MW, when to use MD. Okay, actually 64 use, okay, go up, straight away go up. We see one by one, go up. So 10, okay, all these are integer, go down. So, okay, let's say you put 30, so something wrong. Oh yeah, this is the one wrong, right? Okay. So you see, but the address is still correct, right? The address is still correct, only the data type is wrong, okay? So 30, 32, 34. Actually, this one can use 36. Right. So then can go 40, 50. Mean 48, okay. Go down. And after 48 is 52, 56. Then 60. This one is just following, right? 60, 62, 64. Actually, this one can go 66. Also okay. Okay. Because sometimes when we do program, suddenly we need to use integer, then suddenly we use MD. So we need to know addressing. So for example, so I'm using MW20. So let's say next one is integer. So MW22. Next one is real example. So MD24. Because the previous is just 22 only. So always look for the previous number. If you bring like following the numbers, okay. Then let's say MD28, right? Then suddenly MW means, so the previous one is 28, but it's an MD, right? So it's a 32. Then MD 34. Then if MD again 38. If MW 14. So we need to know. So always whenever we want to use the memory, see the previous one. If you are following the numbers. If you are not normally in the maths only we happen like this. Sometimes we do calculation, okay. Add first, take the result. Then we use the result, then multiply with something. Then we see okay, another memory. Okay, good. Any question? No, okay. Then it's the same thing. Go offline. Okay, what do you do? Go to Win. This one open, output, valve, okay, go up. This start stop, right? You use the memory also. Some other memory goes. Which memory is available? And 0.4 and 0.5. M. So you just rewire. No, just right here, rewire. Yep. So using M0.4 and 0.5. Then you go into this, right click, this also change 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. And 0.4, sorry, 5, 6. 0.6. Okay, change. Name switch 1. Okay, now 0.5, 0.6. I think 0.5 already used. 0.7. Rewire 0.7. just change the name here. This one is what? Conveyor control, motor control. Okay. Just put right click, rename. You put start M1. Sorry, this one is a start M1. This is a stop M1. Okay, this one is a start M1. Okay, then the output you put motor 1. Okay, change. Alright, okay. Then go to main again. So I'm not using any input. Okay, now what do you do? Go to PLC tag. Yes, show all tag. Okay, so many already, right? Okay. What do you do? This one, bring it up a bit. Okay, go up. Okay, now. So I am not using the I. Okay, these two can delete first. Okay, before that I check first whether I'm using or not. Okay. So how to see? Because like this here, I don't know whether I already use or not. Right, so just right click here, the first one, cross reference information. Have you used before? Oh, okay, okay. Yes. So it's not used anywhere, right? Okay. So can leave it the name, switch 2, switch 3, can leave it the name. Okay. So all I'm not using any input. So output I'm using conveyor, okay, I'm using motor, using valve 1, valve 2 using. These two I'm not using, right? M5 and M6. Okay, now go down, all the way down. Okay, so I don't need to change anything. Go down, okay, you add new one. Okay, now because I want to use the sensors, use the buttons. So you put sensor 1, sensor 2, sensor 1, okay, put boolean, okay, then I 0.0. Then sensor 2, okay, then put reset, okay, then load, okay, enough, 4 input enough, you go up, then I have a lamp 5 and lamp 6 is not in use, right? You click here. Not in use. This one. Not in use. Okay. Valve 2 is using, right? Valve 1, valve 2 is using. Okay. Go to add new block. You put a counter. No, counter. The name put counter, function put okay, function counter ladder, okay, good. Then go to main, go down all the way down, okay, just add the counter beside the Mac also can. Okay, now open the counter. Okay, so I can bring it down. Okay, go to counter. Okay, before this, go to max function. Max. Actually, you go up. Actually, in the comments, right, you can put some comments, right? Okay. So like this, you can put one comment. So what you do normally, I will tell you my style. What I did last time when I learned for the first time learning. Okay. So what I do, I look at one project myself. Okay, like this. Okay. Then so but before I know how the FB FC works. Then I will create. I mean so many FC. Okay, one FC for timer function. Then I put a timer there. Then for me easy to understand, I will put it here like a comment. How this timer work? Okay, when input on, timer start to count. Once I reach the PT value, the output on. If the input off, timer will reset, the output also off. So in your easy understanding lah, right? Same thing for max function also. So you can put again. Use integer because integer value is negative 32,000 to positive 30,000. If more than that, must use unsigned. So something like that. When you have time, right? So you can create something. So that is what the normal one. If you go for like some advanced functions, like because you see here for the instruction, okay, so many functions here, right? Sign, okay. So it's just a max function. Okay, go down. Then this program control operation, you click here. So program control, jump, label, all this. So whenever you are using these functions, okay. But this one very rare I will use, okay. Just example. So because this is like a common thing, so you know, so you don't need to create something like some sample program for you. But if you want to understand these, okay, then you add one, then create like a sample program for you. So in the future, whenever you wanted to do something, some programming, then you wanted to use like example the jump, but you forget the D, how to use it. Go back. So instead of using the I, use the M only. Because I means you need to put a push button to on and so instead of use I, you can use the M. Or if you still want to use I, but you want to do simulation, use the input which is not in the hardware. It means currently in my hardware, the input is 0.0 until 0.7. So don't use that. Use from 1.0. Because 1.0 can modify to 1, like a memory. So you can do that also. Okay? I also have some lah, because normally some project I use the PID function, some Modbus function, which is I always forget. Because why? Because the function is they need to have some coding, special, and it's not like a special thing. They already give you the function, so like a CAN bus communication, right? So they already have a block, so you just need to key in the data. So what I do, I always forget where to key in which number. So I create one for me. Just in the explanation I will put, okay, the first one, input 1, okay, this number. Input 2 is the speed. Input 3 is the data, how many data I want to transfer or something. So easy for you. Okay, okay? Alright, okay, now go back to the counter. Go to counter operation. So counter very simple lah, similar like timer. Okay, give the input, count, and give you the output. That's all. Okay, you take the CPU, put it here. So same like timer, it asks you to put the DB number. So just put the count CTU1 because it's a counter up, right? Just put CTU1. Okay. So counter also same. Can use integer, double integer, and short integer. Cannot use real because cannot count the real number lah, right? Then here is the can put normally open sensor 1. The input. Here input. Normally open sensor 1. Okay, the reset, put reset there. The PV you put 5. Yeah. Okay. No S. Just 5. Because why? You bring the mouse to the orange line. Yeah. Because it shows integer or word only. Only time we put S. Okay. Okay. Then at the Q, okay, you can put the lamp 5. Okay. Then at CV you put MW. If okay, similar like a timer lah, the ET. If you want to use the value, the counter value, then you can store the data inside a memory. If you don't want to use, then can leave it empty. Can leave it empty. Leave it empty. Later we see. Okay, that's all. So very simple. Every time this one on off, on off, on off. I count 1, 2, 3 until 5. Once I reach my set point, the output. So when I on the reset, then the value becomes 0. The output off. That's all. Very straightforward. You take a CTD here. Here. I put it down. This one put CTD1. Same thing. You put the sensor 2 here, normally open. And the LD you put load. Can you see this PV? It's not red color. Just now this one show red. Made the red question mark right here, because for CPU PV is very important. It's important. Okay, because it's going to count. For CTD, the PV is not much important. Because the value is 0, because it's going to count down. Okay, but when we put the value for some value, then only we can understand. So put the 5, any number also can, like 5 is easier. Okay, CV don't need now. You save, download first. Okay, changes in the block. What is that? Which one cannot open? Okay, go to counter. And you can open the counter here. Yeah, okay. Double click and or sometimes you just right click. There's a function called call, and you can use it. Monitor. So you see here, okay, then I count down later. Go to counter up. Okay. So now current value is 0, right? Your set point is 5. So you on the sensor one, the push button, count 1, right? Okay. Then press again, count 2. So it keep on counting. Okay, you go until 5. Then the output on. Okay, so when the output on, it keep on counting. So it can keep on count until because you're using integer, right? So actually this value is the one will be stored here also lah, right? So it can count until 3276 because it's an integer. But when the output will on when the value is equal or more than your PV. So the output will on. So if I reset, you on 1, 2, 3, third button. Yes. Then I go back to 0, then my output also off. In this case, you go down because the value is 0, right? So countdown is how the countdown work is if the value is 0 or less, the output will straight away come. Okay. So normally the countdown they don't use for outputs. Normally countdown they will use for the value. Okay. Only the count up they use for output. For example, okay, let's say I have a conveyor and I produce this bottle. So I have a sensor. So every time sensor on count, right? So let's say once I count 24, for example, one carton. So 24, I want to off my conveyor. So I will use the output, the counter up, the Q output, right? And to off the conveyor or something. But countdown, very rare we use. If let's say I want to see how many bottles rejected or something. Okay. But how to run this one is actually need to load first. So you turn on your first switch. Yes. So okay, off back. You see now my value become 5, right? Okay, now you press the second button, push button. Can see it going down. So if you load first, go down. If it is below 0, 0 less than 0, you count again. You go negative. So it's still on. So it's similar to your count. It's similar to your counter up, right? So normally we don't use this. We only use count up. Okay. Or if let's say I have 2 sensors. Okay. This one is to count the in. Then there's another one is to count the reject. Let's say. So I want to know what is the total. So maybe I can get this value and this value. Just plus minus. Okay. Or go offline. Okay. Go to the instruction. Instruction. Yes. CPUD. Okay. You put CTUD1. This one is a combination of up down. So it not necessarily must use all. It depends on the situation. Okay. So but for now we use this. Okay. CU you put sensor 1. Okay. CD sensor 2. Then you reset, you use the reset. Then of course must use PV because the PV is for the QU. Okay, just put 5 or 10. Then the output no need because we can see the line on we already, right? Okay, download. Monitor. Alright, okay, you on sensor 1. Okay. On sensor. one is count up, one is count down. Okay, then you just go up until 5. Tinggal the output below. If you go to 0, actually the QD is on, but we didn't put anything here, right? That's why it's not showing something. So what we do, never mind, we put something here. Go up, go offline. Never mind, you can just use the Q0.6 and Q0.7 here. Yeah, that one output. Yes. Q0.6. Then this one is the Q0.7. Okay, download. Actually, since you are familiar with the software, it's very easy for me to teach. So you know where to download, you know where to go to instruction, the address thing, easy. Go to true. Just now it's not showing something because there's no address to store the value. But if you open the DB, I can show you the DB inside the DB. Okay. Then if you reset, go back to 0. You on button push 3. Yes. Go back to 0, still on. Okay, good. Any question? Okay. So all these, right? Can you see? I didn't use the LV, still can work. If I didn't use the CD, still can work. I didn't use the CD, still can work. It means because why? Because the CTUD is a function block, right? It's a function block. That's why there is a DB here. So that's why, because it can save the data inside the function block. You can see here, system blocks. Click here. Program resources. Yes. So, whenever I take any block from here and that block requires DB, all the DB will go until program resources. Because this one is original. I mean it's like a Siemens DB lah. Because this DB is your own DB because of this function block. Okay, okay. So for example, like this CTUD, right? Actually, why they have all three? If they have only one enough already, right? CTU enough already. Right, okay? So it just make you simplify the program. Same for, you go to instruction. Go to timer. Can you see how many types of timer? TP, TON, TOF, TONR. Right. So what is the function? Why got so many? So because it is depends. Sometimes you need it, then you can use. No, if not, then you cannot use that, of course. Okay. So TP, how the TP works? TP is when you give the input. Let's say the input is just like one push button only. Straight away the output on, then can run. Can I erase this?
Yes.
Because if you use the older format PLC software, some of the function is not there. Of course, they what? Whenever they release a new one, they will create a new functions, right? See the TP, very simple. Let's say let's say very simple. I have a push button, then I press the push button. I want the motor run 10 seconds, then off automatically. So I can use this push button. Then the TP. So TP same input output PT PD. Then the output. Let's say MPR1. So TP is the timer pulse, means when I receive one pulse, straight away the output on, run for 10 seconds and automatically off. That's all. Okay. That's the same thing we are doing. Like when I start, motor on, we latch the motor, then we use the TON. Right? Okay. But what is the problem here is, okay, let's say I push, let's say this is a start button. Change the one. Start button, okay. There's a push, okay, then let's say this is running for 10 seconds. I want to immediately off the motor. Because if you put normally close here to stop, right? When I press yes, you stop. When I release the motor on again. Because your queue is still onward. Because the queue will on for 10 seconds. So that's why if I want to do like this one, I use this way. Okay, I start, I on the motor first. Then maybe stop. Then actually I can use this here also, right? TON in 10 seconds. I create a memory M0. Actually these are same thing, right? Start motor on, after 10 seconds off. Let's say I don't have this. Let's say I don't have a stop button. This one and this one is exactly the same thing. Correct? I start the motor on and I use this to run the timer off. This one I can separate also, can, right? Okay. After the timer, I off the motor. Same thing the TP also. But the difference is, this one if I immediately want to stop, cannot stop. This one I want to stop, yes, can. Stop, motor will on, so timer will reset. So depend on the situation. So if you want to use TP, can. If you want to use this way, also can. But if you needed stop button, then only allow can do here. Can use that. Can, but it's you need to do a bigger programs. Okay. Okay. What is TOF? TOF is when I on the inputs. When the input on, output also straight away on. When the input off, after the time only the output. That is TOF. Tomorrow we see all the times. Okay. For example, for example, let's say this motor is like not automatic off. Okay. So I start motor on, then when I stop motor off. But I want to but let's say the total time the motor on can be more than 30 minutes, for example. But it can be stopped on and off, right? But total time cannot be 30 minutes. So in that case, I cannot use this, right? Because why? I can do, still can do, but no, I cannot do. Because this timer, if the input on, it straight away count on. If the input off, it will cut off. So if I want to do that, I can use this. Start. Auto. Okay. Then I put it separately. Auto. Then I use a function called TONR. You know, this one is similar like this. Same thing. They have input and they have R as well. Okay, so M0.0 we cut off. M0.0, then I put a stop. So this timer, how it works, let's say I put 10 seconds, right? I start, motor is energized. The motor will on, timer will start to count. After 10 seconds, of course, M0 on, it will cut off the motor. Then you need to reset this manually. Okay, the same program, let's say the same program I want to do it here. So what I do, here the reset, I put two things. When I start or stop. Need to reset this because once I reach the output, if the input is off, right, it cannot be automatic reset. To manually. I mean, if I want to do the same thing here, okay, I need to do something here. If this one is, I want to do like a total how long it's on. Because when I start motor on, timer will start to count. Let's say reach 5 seconds, right? If I press stop, the motor will off. So the input here will off, right? So the value will stay at 5 seconds. It will hold the value, keep the value. But this one will reset, right? Because this one is when the input is on, I reset. Okay? Then I start again, when the motor on again, it will continue from 5 until I reach my set point. Means this one called retentive time. Means if the input is off already, I will stay. It won't become 0 again. It will stay at the value. But this timer, if the input is off, what happens? Reset the value, right? Go back to 0. But this timer, no. That's why they have a manually additional reset. Okay? Okay?
It's like if I want it on 1 hour, then I stop at 30 minutes, then I on back, it will start
30 minutes.
30
Yes.
minutes until 1 hour.
Yes. So this one is like accumulator type of value. If let's say there is something like you want to do like a remainder, this system need to do like maintenance. So because it can go up to 24 days, right? For example, 24 days. Okay. Then actually 24 days. But there's a many way to do that also. Okay. So like on. So the moment that let's say there is motor. Let's say for example, you want to repair. Maintain the motor. Let's say the motor total time for the motor must be total hour running must be maximum 20 days. So 20 times 24 how much? 400 something, right? Okay. So maximum 400 hour only the motor can be on. More than 400 hour, then I want to service, do something like example lah. So want to get the accumulate value. So you can use this. So this is the motor. So just this one I don't care lah. What is this? Just here is the, whenever the motor on, timer will start to count. This is your like the remainder. So when I reach the total hour, like 400 hours, then okay, I will give you a remainder. So what do you do? It's up to you lah now. Whether you want to continue, I mean another can be another 400. So just put a reset button now. Of course, in the HMI, you just put reset, make it run for another 400, or you repair first motor or the service the motor, put back and reset.
But in the program reset, no need to point to somewhere.
Where?
The reset.
Reset. No need to point. But of course need to reset. This one of course need to reset. If no means this one you cannot off already. This one become like always on only. Of course need to reset but depend on your program, when you want to reset. So let's say for that, if you have any additional reset button, or let's say you don't have any additional reset button. So whenever I press the start again, then I want to reset, then or a sensor 1 I reset or something like that. So it depends on the project.
The ET is the type I want to stop. Is the hardware.
The PT
No, the ET. Is the type I want to stop.
Halfway, yes. Because when I start, it will count, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, then this one will count also. The moment input off, the ET value also stop. It not reset, stop. Then it continue. Again the input on, the output again continue. I mean tomorrow we try all these timer functions. Okay, actually, see, without this also, I can use this thing. I can do the same program. Correct. Let's say I want to count the total hour. Right. So, then still you can use this. Okay. For example, okay. So this lah, right? This, then this one will count, right? Okay. So whenever I stop, what I do before I cut off the motor, this value I put into another memory. I store into another memory. So that memory will keep the value. Again on, it will like add up. Adding, you can use addition. So every time I stop, okay, I add. So can no problem. Okay, but it become a long program. Instead of using that, straight away you can use this. Okay, if you want to do the same thing like this here, right, still can. Of course lah, we need to separate this. We need to, of course lah, the motor. Then, so let's say here put MD10 for example lah. So you need to put like this again. Addition MD10. Okay. The first value. Let's say the first time is run for 5 seconds, right? It's like this. Then MD14 put inside MD. It's like this. MD14 plus MD10 put inside MD14 again. This one sometimes you can see again. So now I start, right? Start running. Okay, then MD14. So this one keep on increasing lah. Let's say put almost go to 5 seconds already, right? This one initially 0, right? Okay. Then I press stop. The moment I stop, here also I put the stop button. So what happens? happens? The movement stop. Okay. This value plus this value, so it become 5 seconds. So also become 5 seconds. Original lah. Then again count. So of course this value becomes 0 already now. So it becomes 0, but now it cannot count because if it is if I don't have this, it will always count. If I have an interlock, when the interlock on, then only can count. Okay. Now next cycle running. Let's say this one go to 10 seconds ready. Okay. 10 seconds ready, then I press stop. What happened? I press stop. Okay. 5 plus 10. Okay. This one become 15. Go back to 15. But this one must be like a pulse lah. On off. Okay. Then need to store something lah. So can see become bigger the program. So instead of using that, you use this. Okay. So that's why got so many functions that actually. If you see some programming, they don't use not much. I mean more than 20 instructions. Number open, of course, number close, coil, okay, timer. Timer also got so many timer. Mostly they use the TON only. Then set, reset. Pulse function we haven't learned. Tomorrow we learn. Okay. Then let's say the pulse function. Two pulse function 7. Then mostly we will be using, if advanced lah, then we will be using counter. Also depend on the program. Okay. Let's say the program involve counter. Okay, counter. Compare, move function, addition. So addition all include. Okay, we don't see like multiply. Okay, addition is like consider one instruction lah, right? So like 12 type of instruction, more than that. Other than that, what? And then some special functions. So not more than 20 lah. If a simple project. Mostly these three only you can see. Only open, only close, coil, time. It's 4 only. The rest are some places they use this. Okay, good. Any question? So far okay, yeah. So tomorrow we come and see this timer first. Then and we see the pulse function also. Then regular counter, FP, FC, DP, maybe tomorrow we do one project. One project with the counter thing, then we can continue whatever additional, then we can learn additional functions. Okay.
Or I can see my seniors program and I summary what they want to ask.
Okay, what you do, you just check with your project, first you need to assess your program, everything, right? Okay. Then you take note. Maybe you cannot copy the files.
Okay. My laptop has some project.
This inside the laptops already have some project in it. That is okay. Then, but now when you go through first, anything you want to ask, you just take note what you want to ask. Then tomorrow, then you want maybe once you. Then what we do? I will finish this first. I will finish the timer and the pulse function first. Then we can go through your program. And why? Because project we can do anytime we can do projects. So you can show me what you want to learn, any functions. Then we can go through them.
The function in Codices also send with in Siemens, right?
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
Same thing. Because they also have TON, right?
Yeah.
They have this, they have this, TP also they have. The CTU, CTUD, everything is there.
Yeah, during Codices, because they are already complete, then I learn myself also understand because of the function. This function.
Yeah, but now can understand lah.
Yes.
That's why the thing is, okay, and tomorrow I show you how to, if you see some function, how to understand the function, how to learn the function. I show you. Because of course you see in the videos, in the lot of YouTube videos, right? They tell you, so they show you how to use this DONR and but sometimes some term they use, right, you don't understand, which need the basic. Because sometimes they say the integer lah, double integer, real, everything.
Yes.
So if you don't understand that, then you cannot fully understand the topic what they teach.
Yes.
So that is the basic, the basic thing is actually the numbering system, the data type, the addressing, that is the basic thing. Because you need to know. Because sometimes they just put, okay, here you must use MD10, but they will do, sometimes they don't explain why MD10. Why not MD10? Why MD10? MW cannot. And sometimes they will tell, okay, you use MD10, next number, they just straight away type in MD40. And they don't explain why. Why cannot use MD10? Why cannot use MD11? That's why the basic is needed. Then once you have the basic ready, then others all you can learn yourself. Because you already know some things, right? Just it's like not. It's like half cooked. Okay, never mind. You go through your program, you take note which one you want to pass everything. Then tomorrow we can go through that, and I can explain to you lah. No problem. Because normally I give projects, you know why? Because I teach something, right? So I want to know whether you understand that. So I will see how you use the logic wrong. I don't care. I will see. Okay, let's say I teach timer. So I will see how you use the timer. Is it the way you use timer is correct? Then it's okay for me. The logic is wrong. The timer keep on running. The timer the motor not working, but timer still is correct. I think that's what I see normally. Counter, I teach you counter. Then you use the counter is correct, but the other program is not working. Maybe the logic is not working. Then it's okay. Normally that's what I see. The addressing, because that's the main thing I teach you, right? The addressing, the data type, then the functions. How to use the functions. These three. Logic, of course, keep on practice. Okay, if let's say if this one is for your personal life, if you want to go deep into automation, PLC, you want to learn PLC, everything, you can get one dedicated laptop like this. You can buy online also, refurbished laptop. If you want, we sell also, but one dedicated laptop, just install the PLC programs. Because you see your laptop is already full, right?
Yeah.
So no need to disturb the laptop. This one actually can get around 700, 800, you can get this laptop. Refurbished.
Oh, okay. But is all the processor okay? Can no lag?
Nah.
It's only
Okay. Best one is, because for TI what we're using, best one is i5. The most important i5. Minimum 15 GB lah. So if you want to get, or if you want us to get, also can, no problem. Just can WhatsApp me. So you can, the minimum lah. i5 8 or 9 gen. So how you can see is i5, then the number, right? From the number you can know already. If the number start with 880 something, it's 8 generation. 91 something is 9 generation. Okay. Then the SSD. If you only focus on one or two softwares, let's say you focus on code, because code is not very big. Okay, less than 2 GB. It's small software. TI portal, of course, TI portal need 10 GB plus. Okay. So for that, you just want to work on this speed. 25 GB is okay already. Because that laptop you only dedicated for PLC, so not going to watch movie or something like so. This one is enough. Then the RAM. Right? If can 32 GB. If no, 16 GB also is enough. But if, because this laptop you're using, right, how you feel?
okay.
Still okay, right? Yeah. So it's actually 16 GB. 16 GB. i5, I think 8 gen or 9 mentioned, I'm not sure. SSD, I think SSD is 256 or 512, I'm not sure. I think normally ours is normally 512 lah. Because I installed so many softwares. Because we do so many training, right?
But the TIA need the license, right?
License.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
The license I took is expensive, right?
Of course. But if you want to use for personal, then we can give our license also. Once you get something like this, you can want something. I can show you the install.
If someone have this TIA, but he do not have the license, he can online download only, right? Then cannot monitor the function, right?
Wait, I also. Because if you don't have the license, it become like a trial version.
Yeah, because
So it will become 14 days trial version, right?
oh no, the trial version also don't have.
Oh.
They only have the TIA software and the program, then already done by our department. Then I need to share to others engineer for commissioning.
Okay.
But they don't have the license each person.
Okay.
So they ask our department, is it don't have the license can monitor the
Cannot.
program block? Cannot.
Okay. The thing is like this. If let's say other person lah, let's say you already done the project,
Yeah.
you give to other guys, so they do the commissioning, for example. Okay. Thing is, their laptop also need to have license.
Oh.
If don't have a license, it will become like a trial version. It is a trial version.
But they can download, right?
If it is under trial version,
Yeah.
can download.
If
Can
no
download.
trial also cannot download.
Cannot download.
So it might.
So if the trial version is already expired, then you cannot even open TI portal.
Oh. So the way is have the trial version is uninstall and then install back.
Can, but you need to you cannot use the in the control panel there's uninstall, right?
Yeah.
You cannot use that uninstall. You must use some other software, uninstall software to uninstall.
Okay.
Or what you can do, but it's already in your laptop, right? What you can do, because in your laptop you can connect the pen drive, move the license key to the pen drive. That one you used before, right?
Yes.
Then use the license.
Because the license only have two for our department. So as we are the owner to write the program, right? So the other people maybe
Don't have the license.
don't have them. Yes. Then the final testing engineer sometimes he will use the TIA to monitor the
Yes, of course, need to
program. So sometimes he will ask us to if no license can monitor or not.
Cannot.
Something.
Sometimes they are standard lah.
Yeah.
Cannot monitor because sometimes we cannot open also because cannot if no license, even it's a trial version because the day was good. Even it's what it is a trial version. You can open the program, no problem. But you cannot download and monitor because it's under trial version. That's the problem.
So it must have a valid
License, yes.
But the license also can, for example, one people buy then cannot share.
Cannot.
Some people, right?
Yes, because they give you in a pen drive.
Yeah.
So the license, so once you connect, you transfer to your laptop, then it's already transferred. It's not like copy, you just move.
Yeah.
So cannot use. So normally for your self-training, then we can give our license. So normally what I do is I copy the pen drive. Can do that, but it's not like normal copy lah. They have have you heard about cloning? Hard disk, they clone another hard disk, right? Something like that. So like a pen drive cloning. So you have a pen drive. This is the part. This inside here you got the license Because you know how much it open. Only TI portal with the comfort panel, normal comfort panel. The TI portal, all the models, is around 5,000. Then if you want WinCC advanced, then another 8,000.
But the license is the valid time, no.
No, it's like a lifetime.
Oh, lifetime.
Lifetime. That is the good thing because if you buy license on version 13, you still can use until 20. Or if you wanted, because nowadays you cannot get license for 13.
Yeah.
Let's say you are using 17, cannot get. The license they sell is version 20 only. But the version 20 license can use for all the, from the 13 until 20. The 10, 11, 12 is a different license. It's not okay. I think if it is professional version or the full version, I think it's around 25 to 28,000. But elaborately, elaborately, full version, 34,000. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Omron is around 3,000 plus. Mitsubishi is around 5,000 plus.
So that time my laptop cannot open Siemens TI My manager very scared because the license in my laptop. So he scared the software later need to uninstall, right? Then the license will burn.
No.
He also not sure lah. So that time we ask IT don't uninstall. Yeah, because scared the license burn.
Yes. Okay, the thing is license, because the license will be saved like a file. So if you do like a normal uninstall, like normal using control panel lah, so when you install back, the license will be there. But if you do like using some uninstalled software, because some uninstalled software, what happens, it will delete all the files that is related to Siemens. So it will delete all the files, and then completely gone.
Because that time cannot open Siemens also because the Windows update. Yes. So my laptop jam cannot open. Can open, but when enter the function block, it's loading very long time.
Yes. Because same my laptop also same the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, in your software on the left hand side you can see the PLC program block and everything. If in my laptop still same. If in the PLC if I right click, my laptop shut down. I mean the software shut down already.
Oh my god.
So if I want to go to property, what I do, I go to the device configuration where I can see like a picture, right? There I right click and can work.
Wow.
So sometimes I do project now because now I'm doing the project for UTI. So sometimes I forget I want to change something up. Because sometimes you deeply do the programming everything, suddenly you forget all this. Because I don't want to uninstall. I want to finish the job first, the UTM project first. After finish then only I want to upgrade to version 20. Okay, good. off the main.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, see you.
tomorrow.
Yes.